Right, good evening everybody. Are you all ready to start? Yeah. Good evening everybody and welcome to the meeting of the Planning and Development Board on this Monday the 5th of December 2022. Thank you for coming in, and as I can see we've got a large public attendance, so you're very welcome. There'll be some formalities to flow through before we get into the meat of the applications, but you're very welcome and it's nice to see you here. So agenda item number 1 is the evacuation procedure. And I'm just going to read this out, so it's a bit staid, but go with me. There is a location plan of the exits and the assembly points situated on the doors of this room. Please familiarise yourself with them. So one exit there and then one exit behind where you came in. On discovering a fire, please carry out the following actions. Number 1, sound the alarm. Number 2, attack the fire if possible and safe to do so using any appliance provided. Number 3, on hearing the evacuation signal, please carry out the following acts. Number 1, exit the building by your nearest safe exit. All visitors are to report to assembly point G, in my best airline fashion, which is on the car park by the far wall. All staff to report to their designated assembly on wall pathway car park. And finally, do not leave the assembly point for any reason until told to do so by the incident controller or the fire brigade. And the incident controller this evening will be Mr. Toby. So I'm Mr. Toby, and we're dressed in yellow. Don't leave. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Do we have any apologies for absence?
We do, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Simpson, who was substituted by Councillor Humphreys. We have apologies to Councillor Jordan, and we have apologies to Councillor Matts.
Thank you very much indeed.
Councillor Gosling.
Councillor Gosling as well. Do we have any replacement?
No, she was poorly this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Item number 3, members. Does anybody have any disclosable pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests? None declared. Thank you very much indeed.
Chair, sorry, I just remembered a non-pecuniary interest. I'm, I think, a director of the CIC, which runs the Nunnery Gatehouse, which is opposite the club in Polsley, which comes up tonight. It's a non-pecuniary interest, and I probably shouldn't still be a director, but I think I haven't been nominated yet.
So you're referring to application 7B, David, which is the Polsley Working Men's Club?
Yes.
All right, that's noted. Do you intend to speak on that application?
Indeed, I do. Yes.
Right, thank you. Is that okay? Okay, thank you very much indeed. Right. Members, that takes us on to agenda item number 4, which is the minutes of the board meeting held on the 31st of October 2022. Can we please do them for accuracy and moved? Seconded. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you very much indeed. I will sign those as a true and accurate record. Agenda item number 5. It's local listing of heritage assets. Ms. Ledbetter. Nice to see you. Welcome. Is this your first planning meeting?
Yes.
It is. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Good evening, members. I'm introducing an item tonight that you've seen before. It came before you in 2019. It was set out to introduce or request submissions for nominations for local listing of buildings of interest in your borough. Just for clarification, in case anyone isn't quite clear about it, non-designated heritage assets still carry weight as far as our policies are concerned. And although they are non-designated, that only really refers to the fact that they're not nationally designated items, but they are still important to you and your communities where they are. I trust you've all read the report. I'd just like to draw your attention to the importance of conserving heritage in your area. The process, conservation is the process of maintaining and managing change to heritage assets in a way that sustains and enhances its significance. And significance is the key word there, and that is really what we're trying to get to when we require information from people who are nominating their assets, their buildings, their places, their monuments. And we will therefore, because significance can be quite a difficult thing to grasp and explain, there will be some training afforded to members of the public and stakeholders who wish to participate. And we're hoping that with a combination of training and information sent out through our own website and social media, that we will get a good response back, that we will then be able to designate some of these wonderful buildings.
Okay, thank you. Members, you have the report in front of you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Levitt? Oh, question.
I'd like to comment.
Yeah, a statement, by all means.
Thank you. I'd just like to welcome the fact that this is coming before us again. The whole country has been through a very difficult period since this first came to us. And the information that we've been working on has been well out of date for a long time. An effort was made by local groups to push this forwards during the COVID outbreak, but for obvious reasons there weren't very many responses, and it wasn't possible to include very much training for people. So it's really encouraging to see that those things are in here, and that we are talking about renewing this and reviewing it on a regular basis. And I would like to see a firm timetable put in place for making sure that it is reviewed on a regular basis. Things change, the work that needs to be done, and people's views change. And if we don't keep up to date with that, then we're not serving the heritage of our borough very well, and for people that value and use these heritage assets. So thank you for bringing this forward again.
Thank you, Councillor Dervitt. Councillor Hayfield.
Yes, thank you for this. I don't know how easy it is to actually find out a list of all the actual listed buildings and things in North Warwickshire. I'm sure there's a link somewhere, but I'm not quite sure where it is. But it would be useful to have a link so that we can actually see what is already listed as opposed to what isn't. And I guess my next question, it won't be very easy to answer, I think. I'm looking for some examples of what might be considered, whether you're looking at something for its intrinsic interest, or whether it's group interest, or whether it's setting, to know what sort of things could be looked at for inclusion in this. So you're probably going to refer me to something that I should have read more closely than I actually have. Which is, what should I have read more closely?
Section
Three
6.
classes up to tell me.
I do need to write this down,
Section
unfortunately.
6.
It's page 17 of the documents. There's an extensive guidance available that English Heritage have developed, so Historic England has developed. And there's a guide there that outlines some of the criteria that people might consider: age, aesthetic interest, group value, as you say, rarity, historical association. Can you find it all right? Have you? It's appendix
Page 17.
Page 5.
Yeah, 5.
5, got it. Okay, got it. Yeah.
So it really does cover everything that you mentioned.
Okay.
Buildings every building's unique, and the way that we use them are unique as well. And as Brad pointed out, the sections understanding change, and so we do have to keep an eye on how we look at these and how we seek designations. And
So it's pretty broad.
it is really broad, but there again, when you come to the criteria that's in appendices B, we have given a limited support when to look at the remaining time of what we're looking for and why as well.
So if any of us have anything, we ought to discuss it with you first to see whether it's sort of. I'll move the recommendation, Chair.
I would second that.
Okay, but I do have two more speakers before we go down there. Councillor Bell and Councillor Parsons.
Just very briefly, Chair, I'd also like to very much welcome this report and say thank you for bringing it forward. I would just plead that we work really closely with the parish councils on this. They are the ones that know more than anybody what they wish to preserve. So as long as that happens, I'm very happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons, you have the joy of the last comment.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be hopefully equally brief. I would like to sort of recommend to Colin in particular and councillors the work that's going on in neighbourhood plans. I'm not a huge advocate of the neighbourhood plan system, but a lot of good work on heritage has been done, certainly in our neighbourhood plan in Poleswood Parish, and I believe in others, and to really bring out the heritage aspect. And we're going to hear from a lady who's done an awful lot of work on that on the later on tonight, Margaret Henry in our area. But I think a lot of that work is being done in the neighbourhood plans, and that is a very good aspect of this work of the neighbourhood plan system. It's well worth looking at. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any other questions before we move to the recommendations? No, so we've had the recommendations proposed and seconded, proposed by Councillor Hayfield and seconded by Councillor Dervick. So can I just break the recommendations down into A and B? So members, recommendation A is all those agree to the amended selection criteria as at Appendix A and the nomination form Appendix B. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? No, thank you. And then Appendix B, sorry, recommendation B, agree to the amendments to the consultation process for the confirmation of nominations, which includes an ongoing establishment of the list rather than a time-limited call for nominations. Can I see all those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? No. Thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Levitt, will you leave? Thank you. That moves us on, members, to agenda item number 6, which is the budgetary control report for 2022-23 for the period ending the 31st of October. Roger.
Thank you, Chair. I think the only addition to add to the figures that are in the report is to say that whilst the underspend was 50,000 at the end of October, the latest figures for November have drastically reduced that down to just 11,500. That is showing that it's quite a volatile income stream.
Yeah, I understand that we've had some recent applications which have helped the numbers.
Yes, hopefully.
Okay, good. Members, does anybody have any questions for Nigel?
With the recommendation.
With the recommendation, thank you. Seconded. Thank you indeed. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? No. That's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Right. That brings us on to the report of the Head of Planning and Development on planning applications. So, Mr. Brown, we're going straight on to 7A.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just run through the slides first on this particular case.
So this is application 7A, which is number 6, Bolters Lane, Wood End, Atherstone. We do have a speaker, Ms. Helen Prince. Okay, we'll go through Mr. Brown's presentation and then we'll come to you, Ms. Prince.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to run through the slides effectively. This is Wood End, the junction of Bolters Lane and Tamworth Road. The actual application site is edged red. Here, this L-shaped curtilage here in mid-terrace, as you can see. This is the existing proposed elevations, front and rear, and particularly the side elevation, which is the key one in terms of what exists at the present time. And then in terms of the proposed, this on the bottom right is the proposed extensions, which you can see is a change As you can see from the report, Mr. Chairman, at the time of writing this, we had one letter of support, one letter of objection from a neighbour. And since the report has been published, we've had 2 letters of support coming in from other neighbours. So therefore, there are split representations on this particular application, Mr. Chairman. But as you can see, the recommendation is one of approval. We consider that this satisfies the planning policies in your local plan, namely policies LP 30 and 29. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then, thank you, Mr. Brown. And just for the point of transparency, this application is coming to us because the applicant is an MD North Watching Borough Council employee. So, Helen Prince, would you like to come forward and address the board? So Mr. Tobin will explain the rules to you. It's a bit of a strange system here. But Mr. Tobin.
Good evening, welcome to the board. In a moment, you'll be given 3 minutes in which to address the board. So I'll tell you when your time starts, and then I'll give you a reminder you have 1 minute left, and then I'll tell you when your time's in. It might help doing the microphone on, Chair.
Yeah, so if you put the microphone on when you speak, and are you okay? Yeah, would you like to start?
Okay, time starts.
Further green light comes on.
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry.
I live at number 4. I have owned and lived in the property for 32 years. It's the middle of the three-house terrace and directly next to number 6. In the agenda of this meeting, it states that it is considered that the impact on neighbouring amenities would not be more than reasonably expected, given that the property is a terrace. However, this is not a normal terrace, as number 4 and number 2 do not have a garden space behind their houses. In fact, it is the applicant's garden that is behind all 3. So, being the middle, I'm already boxed in by a 6-foot fence around the garden and the current structure, which is a porch with glass top and glass roof. Much of the light into my property comes through or is reflected off the glass of the current structure. And I wanted a site visit so that the true impact the proposed structure would have could be seen. Apparently a site visit has been done, but I was not informed and don't know if the visiting officer even viewed things from my side. If not, then it is impossible to imagine the impact, as you get a totally different perspective from my side, and even more so from inside my house. According to an email from your planning technician, officers have visited the site and felt that the flat roof being proposed will help to mitigate the impact of loss of light. Actually, it makes no difference what roof is on the proposed structure because it is higher, almost twice the length of the current structure, and is solid brick, and so nothing will mitigate the fact that light does not go through or reflect off solid brick. The build will mean that my lounge and kitchen will permanently require electric lights, and I have no doubt that the applicant won't offer compensation or reimburse the additional electric on my bills, especially considering the current rising price of electricity. Although the build may be legally allowable, I feel that it is immoral that someone who has not been alive as long as I've owned and lived in my house can be allowed to build something that would steal all my lights.
1 minute remaining.
I voiced my concerns to the applicant about how oppressive the build would be for me when he first showed me the plans, and he agreed to scale back the extension. But unfortunately for me, he does not appear to have the integrity to keep his word. I want it made perfectly clear to the applicant that whatever is approved, I should be exercising my right to refuse access to my property for the build. It is the main access to and from my property, and I've seen his building over the last 2 years. He is messy, and because he does a lot of the work himself, it takes too long. It would be too disruptive for us to have scaffolding up and him and his builders wandering around by our windows and door whenever he felt like it, or has a couple of hours free to do a bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prince. Members, does anybody have any questions for Mrs. Prince? No? Okay, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Brown, have you got any further comment to members on anything that's been said?
No, Mr. Chairman, officers did visit the site. As you're aware, officers visit all the application sites, and I stand by the recommendation that is here.
Okay, then thank you, members. I open the application up for debate. Does anybody have any comments? Councillor Phillips?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, to be honest, I came here today thinking that I've got no problems with this. It was just a simple extension, but I know the area. Obviously, I live there, but it's been over 30 or 40 years since I've been round the back of these houses, and I hadn't realised that how claustrophobic this is going to be for the neighbours. And I must admit, I am concerned. I mean, I know there's no planning reasons that we've got, but it does seem that we are inflicting some sort of purgatory on these people who are building this extension. I'm wondering if a site visit would help to have a look at it for the committee rather than the officers.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions or thoughts? Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Just to say, I totally agree with Councillor Phillips. I would like a look myself to see what this extension is going to cause, what trouble to the neighbours. I'd like to see it. Second,
Okay.
rights of sight.
Thank you very much indeed. We have a proposal for a site visit in a second. Does anybody else have any questions, observations? Councillor Bell?
Yes, Chairman. I mean, there are there's two separate issues here. I mean, I can see that the layout of the gardens make it a bit claustrophobic, but that's there. I presume that's been there forever. And then we've got a potential extension. So it's sort of two separate things. I just wanted to point that out really, because, you know, it's probably not an ideal layout, but that's not what we're here to look at. So, yeah.
Yes, I can understand. Does anybody else have any questions or observations? Okay, then members, so it's been proposed for a site visit and it's been seconded. So can we take a vote on that, please? So all those in favour of a site visit? Any against? Any abstentions? Okay, then site visit, please, Mr. Brown. Okay, that includes application 7A. Members, that takes us on to application 7B, which is the Polesworth Working Men's Club, High Street, Polesworth. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's just run through the slides first, which are replicas of what you have on your paper agenda. First of all, the site outlined in red here in the centre of Polesworth. Members that will know Polesworth. The entrance to the Abbey is down here. The Abbey further down here. And clearly you've got a high street along here with Bridge Street here and the main town centre down, the main shopping centre down here. And the club is outlined there. Existing elevations, the front elevation is this, members are probably familiar with that. The Spread Eagle pub, side gable fronting the road is there. And in terms of the ground floor layout, and that's the existing layout with two function rooms, one on either side here. And as you can see, the proposal is to convert the ground floor on one side here to single bedroom accommodation, and the first floor also as well, and that's outlined in the report. But there's not a plan of that. Car parking arrangements, and then the elevations. As you can see, that will be the front elevation, and the side elevations are altered accordingly. I'll go back to the site plan because that's probably more relevant. The proposal is as outlined in the report, Mr. Chairman. Is for a mixed use under use class F2 and also for the bed and breakfast accommodation. That's outlined in the proposal section of the report, as you can see. There's some background information on the second page, Mr. Chairman, because this is quite important in view of the fact that the existing use is known as use class F2. And that's a very, very wide use class, and it can include a significant number of commercial, business and service uses, such as the existing use. And so therefore there's a fallback position here. If this is not allowed, or this does not go through for whatever reason, then the property can convert to any other use within F2 without a need for a planning application. And as I say, that's a very, very wide lawful use. The objections are outlined or summarised in the report, Mr. Chairman, on page 7B9. Polesworth Council, Parish Council objects, and there are 28 objections, or there were 28 objections, which are outlined in the report, as you can see. In terms of the principle, Mr. Chairman, then effectively this is a residential use in a residential area within the town centre of Polesworth as defined by your plan, and within the settlement boundary for Polesworth as defined by the plan. Therefore, it fits quite squarely with all the policies, spatial policies of your development plan. Effectively, this is a residential use within the town centre, which is perfectly acceptable. And members will be aware of other bed and breakfast accommodation, hotels and guest houses within town centres throughout the borough, and indeed throughout conservation areas within town centres in the borough. And that leads me on to the heritage impact, Mr. Chairman, which in fact I suspect are the main issue which has been raised by the objections. That's covered on page 7B11 and 712 of the report, particularly in respect to the conservation area. The existing use may not be considered to be incompatible with the conservation area, and as because of the wide use class that in fact its lawful use is, this can revert to any of those uses, again, in the conservation area without the need for a planning application. And I think members be aware of the consequences of that. There are other uses within conservation areas that members may not consider to be compatible, but I remind members that this is a bed and breakfast accommodation. It's a residential use, and therefore that, from a planning point of view, is an acceptable use in a conservation area. I just remind members, Mr. Chairman, before we finish, that there have been some representations about speculation as to who might actually occupy the building or the rooms. That is not a planning consideration, as members are aware. We've had applications before when when objections have come in concerning the potential occupancy of houses or other property. That is not a material consideration. Your planning policies and national planning policy refer you to actually look at the use which is being proposed, not who the occupants are or may be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Now we have speakers for and speakers against for this application. So online we have Margaret Henry. Hello, Margaret. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
You certainly can. I'm just going to hand you over to Mr. Tobin, who will explain the rules of engagement.
Thank you.
You probably heard what was said in relation to the last speaker, but I'll repeat it just to be certain that you did. In a moment, you'll be given 3 minutes in which to address the committee. And I'll tell you when that time starts. I'll remind you when you have 1 minute left, and then I'll tell you when your time's ended if you are still addressing.
Okay,
Chair, could I ask, we can't actually see the speaker at the moment, and that's not ideal.
Okay, if you just bear with us, Mr. Henley, we're just changing the screen in the chamber, and we're hoping to see you on the screen. There you go. We can see you in front of your bookcase. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Right, are you okay to start then, Mrs. Henley?
I am certainly, thank you.
Okay, over to you then.
Right. I object to this. It is a totally unacceptable redevelopment of the Working Men's Club in the ancient heart of Polesworth and within the conservation area, which gives Polesworth its unique character and identity and is a focus for community pride. It is surrounded by listed buildings. Opposite is the Abbey Gatehouse, a Grade 2 listed building, which has won a Civic Award for sympathetic development into 2 luxury apartments. To the west of the club is the Old Nethersole School, which has Grade 2 listing and has won 2 awards, one for sympathetic development into apartments and the other for improvements to the street scene. The Congregational Church, diagonally opposite, also has Grade 2 listing and is presently going through a sympathetic redevelopment application. The proposed redevelopment of the club would severely compromise these important buildings and impact strongly on the historic environment of the area. Polesworth does not get sufficient footfall to warrant such a development, and there is no passing trade as it is off the beaten track. There are no major industries or projects that require temporary accommodation, either now or in the future. The present building has been left to decline by its owners for some time now, but is a valuable village asset for functions of a size that cannot be accommodated elsewhere in the village, such as funeral wakes, parties and large celebrations. Polesworth has a growing population. More houses mean more people, and the village needs venues for large functions such as these to be available and not to be lost. The proposed redevelopment itself appears to consist of only single ensuite bedrooms. There are no family rooms and no disabled facilities. There also appears to be no central disabled entrance to the facility either. Village, as you were aware, have also expressed concerns that if this development goes ahead, it will become a single man's hostel with all the inherent problems that stem from such accommodation. Our heritage and village environment in Polesworth, and indeed in the whole of North Warwickshire, is worth protecting and should not be surrounded by unsympathetic and unnecessary developments that do nothing to enhance the historic environment or the sense of community identity and pride of place. Perhaps the council employees and elected councillors, together with the inspectorate, should consider for once the historic and environmental settings and issues and the detrimental effect on them of development applications such as this and refuse them. If it's Polesworth today, councillors, it may well be your town or village tomorrow where applications such as this mean that the heritage will be severely compromised or even destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Henley.
Thank you.
Have any questions? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. You mentioned that the building currently is in a state of some disrepair. Presumably, a conversion might improve that. And as the building already exists, I wonder if you'd be more specific about how you think it's going to, this potential development will impact on the heritage.
I think with regard to our heritage, we need to protect what we have, not put anything in that decries from it. The problem with heritage, of course, is it can be just ignored. But here you have three very specific buildings, which are not non-designated. They have national designation, and therefore any improvements to that building, and I'm with you on that, it should very much be improved, should be in keeping with the area. I know that it could be a supermarket. I know that it could be a retail distribution park. I know what it could be, but it also could really be enhanced by being redeveloped to be used as the same function as it is now and be a real asset to our village within that area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question for Margaret Henley? No? Okay, then thank you, Margaret Henley.
Thank you.
We now move on to speakers for the application, and I understand that we've got Mr. Andrew Upson and Mrs. Karen Stevens in the room. Would you like to come forward? Okay, then, good evening. You're very welcome. Mr. Tobin will explain to you the rules around public speaking. Mr. Tobin?
Good evening. I'm sure you've probably heard what was said to the last speakers, but just a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. I'll tell you when your time starts, when you have 1 minute remaining, and then when your time starts.
Okay, fine. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yep.
Right.
Time starts.
Good evening, Chairman and Council members. My name is Andrew Upson, the architectural designer for this proposal. And I'm here together with Ms. Karen Stevens, the Director of Westbourne Leisure, to present the case for the renovation of the Polesworth Social Club, including change of use of the function room and install a mezzanine floor to provide bed and breakfast accommodation. Westbourne Leisure is a Midlands-based company that specialises in managed licensed premises, including hotels, bars, gastropubs and members clubs across the Midlands, including well-known premises within the region, such as the Strawberry Bank Hotel at Meriden, the Old Liberal House in Tamworth, and the Faisley Inn at Faisley, all of which are regarded as first-class hotel and leisure operations. The company is privately owned and goes back to the 1970s. Social and members clubs have changed significantly since their original conception, and as such, so have the requirements of the current customer base. Currently, the Polesworth Social Club has 2 large bars and a large function room. The 2 large bars are rarely used to capacity. Because of its size, the function room has limited demand. The members' bar is currently the sole source of income for the club, and the premises, which provides a vital service for the community, is in real financial jeopardy without significant investment to create new revenue streams, such as overnight accommodation. The proposed development intends to reuse the function room by creating a mezzanine floor, providing bed and breakfast accommodation on the ground and first floor, redesigning the bar area and providing a function room, the size of which is more in keeping with the demand. In addition, the entire premise will be refurbished and upgraded, including new disabled facilities and new fixtures and fittings and decoration. The renovated clubhouse will include 25 bedrooms in total, including renovated manager's accommodation. The new accommodation will serve to underpin the club enterprise, particularly during the week when customer numbers are lower. The overnight accommodation is intended to cater for travelling business people and visitors to the area, which has a wealth of heritage attractions. There have been rumours that this new accommodation is intended to house immigrants and refugees. This is totally without foundation and is completely at odds with company policy. And if members are familiar with any of the venues previously mentioned, you will know that nothing is further from the truth. This will be a first-class development. I understand that your planning officers have recommended the proposal for approval, and I would ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Upson or Ms. Stevens? Councillor Parsons?
Thank you, Chair. I'm presuming in your business plan that you have a sort of some idea of the profile of the visitors that you're hoping to entertain. I think you've outlined some of that. And I wonder if you could perhaps give us some information on the visitor profile and also on the length of stay that you're projecting for the visitors that you're hoping to attract.
Mrs. Stevens is here, who is part of the operations of Westbourne, but I would just make the comment that it is bed and breakfast accommodation, so it is short-term accommodation intended for visitors visiting the area. We're fully aware of the heritage elements of the area, and in fact, we did do a heritage statement. It's quite obvious that a lot of people travel to the area to view these particular sites, and it would be intended that those would be a large proportion of the visitors to the site.
Thank you.
So,
I don't know if Karen wants to add anything to that.
So you asked about the people that visit. A lot of people that visit the lodges, which is what this would be, are business people and people travelling. All our bookings go through booking.com, which we use in the clubs when we've put the bedrooms on. One of the reasons that we add these bedrooms to the clubs is that financially we're finding that the clubs are so difficult to keep going just as they are. And what this brings, it doesn't just bring bedrooms, it brings breakfast, it brings food, it brings with it the employment that comes with all that. Just short of 11 years ago on Boxing Day, I had a call from the secretary of the club telling me that this club was in financial difficulty and would not be opening for New Year's Eve. And he asked me to come along with Paul to have a look at the club in the village, which we did. And we made a promise that we would trade that club, whether it made any profit or not, for 10 years. We're over that time now, but we don't want to not trade these premises. We want to trade them, but we want to revitalise them. And I know, because I'm a Polesworth girl myself, that a lot of the issues are around who's staying. They're not all single rooms. There will be family rooms, and they are all en suite. And we have a portfolio of these lodges that anybody really is welcome to go and have a look at, and they are top class.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parsons, do you have a follow-up question?
If I may. Yeah, thank you very much for that. And that is instructive. The one query I've got is that the plans I've seen are single rooms. There are 25 single rooms. Now, have I got that wrong?
I think you'll find there's a mixture of twin rooms and there are a mixture of single rooms. I don't believe the plans have shown any beds on them.
Ah, right. No, the actual sort of the wording that came with it stated 25 single rooms.
I don't think it did. It said 25 rooms, I think.
Mr. Brown, are you able to clarify that point, please?
The plans do not show whether they're 1 or 2 bedroom rooms, Mr. Chairman. But from the size of them, one would assume that the majority are single bedrooms.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And Mr. Toby has just pointed out, members, on page 7B of 8 or page 38 of 127, the paragraph reads, the proposal would involve reusing the larger function room by adding a mezzanine floor so as to provide 11 single bedrooms as bed and breakfast accommodation. In addition, the entire premises would be renovated so as to include an additional 14 single bedrooms at first floor level, a refurbished manager's flat, as well as new disabled facilities.
I'm not familiar. Where did that statement come from?
This is on the planning report, page 7B of 8, which is in the documents to your right. Page 38 of 137. Councillor Hancock.
My question has been answered. No, thank you.
Yeah, I think you find that's an assumption. I mean, I've worked on a lot of these premises, and the standard twin room size is the size that we worked on there.
Okay, thank you. Well, members are considering the application that is in front of them, and that is what the board report states. So, does anybody else have any additional questions for the applicant? No? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Members, we now move into debate. Councillor Hancox?
Obviously, there's a lot of discussion going on in Polesworth, a lot of objections, a lot of concern, and yes, some of them are speculation, which we won't take into account, but I think that a lot of them are credible. I've been through it, I've listened to residents, and we've got overlooking from bedrooms, we've got traffic, we've got a lot of concern going on. We've now just heard that the proposal in front of us isn't the correct proposal. Either we've got 11 single rooms and 14 single rooms, or we have family rooms. I find that concerning, that what's in front of us isn't actually what we're being told. For me, we need to all go and see the site, and also we need clarification on what the actual proposal is for this area. One thing is that I'd like to put out, because it irritates me slightly, is we keep defining Polesworth town centre. I understand it's in the local development plan, but until houses are built, this will still be a village just as Dordon is in its own right. And we cannot keep saying on our local plans that we are going to make this a town centre until the houses are actually there, because it doesn't have the infrastructure. So we're talking about something of a B&B going into a village. And we have to really highlight that at the moment. So if we can get clarity on that, but I would like to propose that we do a site visit and go and have a look at this as a group, and then we can go from there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hancock. I've got Councillor Rose and Councillor Parsons and Councillor Dervix. Councillor Rose.
Yeah, I think I would share the views of Councillor Hancock that definitely a site visit's needed. We need clarification around exactly what the proposal is. I think there is a lot of public concern around the application, and I would fully endorse what Councillor Hancock has said in regards to Polesworth being a village and not a town. It's very much a village, and I think that also another thing that concerns me about the application is the loss of the function room. I think it's a really important facility for the people of Polesworth, and
that's another concern for me, losing that particularly with the proposals in the local plan for the additional housing. So I would like to second the proposal for a site visit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Parsons.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to absolutely agree with Councillor Rose and Councillor Hancock's, and say again, I've mentioned the neighbourhood plan once tonight, I will do it again. And one of the things that comes through our neighbourhood plan, very much so, is that people in the community want to preserve the village atmosphere. We know we're going to grow, we have no choice about that, but we want to preserve what is good about our community. And we want to know really a lot more about this in terms of whether it's good for our community or not.
Okay, thank you.
I second what's been said. Thank you.
And just for information of members, at what stage is the Polesworth neighbourhood plan? Is it a submitted plan yet, or is
no? It's just done its final consultation from our point of view. The next step is the Section 14 consultation, and then hopefully referendum, well, submission and referendum. So we're hoping to be looking at the new year, basically.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Derricks, then Councillor Hayfield, and then Councillor Bell. Councillor Derricks.
Thank you.
Is it possible I could just respond to that?
No. Thank you. You've had your opportunity to speak.
Yes, but I'm very uncomfortable with many aspects of it, and I think that it is very important that all councillors are perfectly clear about what we are looking at. I think that it is essential that we have a site visit, and I would like to support that idea. There are financial reasons why the applicant wants to put this through, but there are an awful lot of reasons from the community that sort of counterbalance those. Unfortunately, a lot of the arguments that we've heard from both sides really aren't part of the planning reasons. So we've got to be very clear whether we support this or whether we reject it, that we know what we're talking about and that we've got firm planning reasons for making that decision.
Quite. Councillor Hayfield.
There's some observations on this, please, rather than specific on site for this. I've been doing this 20 odd years, as has Pete and Hayden, and we've seen communities change. We've seen chapels and churches close and try and find alternative uses. We've seen schools close and try and find alternative uses. And actually, the number of clubs that once existed and thrived around North Warwickshire have dwindled dramatically. I'm thinking of ones in Arley and Ansley that have closed for Longley. It's just, and so they're not as popular as they were. They struggle financially, and we are going to have to be faced with the situation of approving or not alternative uses for some of these, either now or in the future. And as we've heard from the planning officer, there are a range of possible uses within existing development permissions for a site like this. So we need to think, when looking at all the alternatives, what are the other alternatives if we don't approve this? And what other fate will fall this site or others similar to that? So I don't think it's sort of, it's going to change the face of things. The face of things is changing anyhow. It's how it changes that we have to try and monitor. So that's just my 4 pence on that.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, my colleague here has just said quite a lot of what I wanted to say. There's obviously the business model is failing to this club, as it has for many clubs. It's very sad. It is sad, but that's life, basically. If we do nothing, what are we going to end up with? A closed, derelict building. So normally I would be absolutely in favour of anything that preserved something in that space. The only thing that I'm really concerned about is its heritage setting, and which is why I will support a site visit, but only on the basis of I want to see how it may impact on on those heritage sites that are nearby, and thinking about what would happen if the place closed down completely, which might be another alternative. So we have to be realistic about this. I understand that the community want to keep the function room, but it's not paying for itself, obviously. If it was, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So, you know, it's hard, but it's life. And if it's not paying for itself, it'll close. So we need to think carefully about what will happen to that space if we don't do something. So I'm happy to have a site.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Mawson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I welcome the site visit because I can then reminisce about my teenage years when I was down there and spent most of my time in the club.
That's all, is it?
It is, Colin, you'd be surprised. And at that particular time, you was allowed in at 16 at the time to do it. So we had lots of happy memories from there. So I'd like to see it.
Okay, members, we've got a proposal for a site visit, which has been seconded and thirded and fourth, and now an offer of salacious stories from Councillor Mawson when we go on the site visit, as well as planning matters.
Well, I can tell you. Yeah.
Members, can I please see all those in favour of a site visit? All those against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous anyway. All right, then thank you, Mr. Brown. We'll defer for a site visit, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the public, is there anybody else here to listen to that application? If you are, you're more than welcome to leave.
Tell you about 21 minutes down there.
I want to know all about it.
It looks like we at 7 in the morning chip shop.
Councillor Hancock, are you ready? Okay. Remember, that takes us on to application number 7C in your pack, which is land south of Astley Bedworth. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can see from the report, this is just to inform you of the receipt of this application, as we normally do, and then the full determination of the report will come to you when we've had the consultation responses back and full consideration of the proposal against development plan policy. I hope members have read the report. I'm just going to run through the slides. I'm sure you can see on the bigger screen those that are replicated in the papers. But the report itself outlines the proposal and what has come in terms of supporting documentation. And the recommendation is, as with the other proposed solar farms that we've had in this area, is to visit the site. In terms of the slides, then the application site here is edged red. The Astley Crossroads, which I think members will probably know, is up here in the top left. Astley Lane is the lane that comes down here into the Bedworth, and Bedworth Lane there goes off that way. Members will probably know that. And Woodford Lane, Windmill Lane, big pardon, goes down through here. The site itself is in a small valley, although you can't see the actual illustration that here. You can see the contours with the stream, or it's called a river, is down through here, on the other side of the southwest. The footpaths here are marked in green. The Coventry Way is this one that comes along the southern part of the site, and there's also footpaths down here, crossroads effectively at Balls Farm. The nearest residential properties are in Solent here, along Astley Lane, together with the two farms. In terms of the other sites, then the site we have in front of us at the moment is hatched red. That's hatched black here on the site, on the slide you can see, and the two other farms that are now being approved with granted planning permission are you can see here. This is the one down at the motorway services area, at the bottom end of Breach Oak Lane, and this is the one just south of Arley. Ashley Crossroads being here, so you can see the three together. Then in terms of the layout, and members will be familiar with this sort of layout from previous applications, as you can see here. And then in terms of the additional landscaping and hedgerow planting that's going to go in, that plan gives far more detail. That's all I intend to say at the moment, Mr. Chairman. I know the applicant is proposing to speak to you at the same time.
Okay, thank you. One of those maps, Mr. Brown, was incredibly small, even on the big screen. Okay, then. Members, we do have an applicant, Mr. Ben Parkins, who is on Teams. Mr. Parkins, good evening. Can you hear us?
Good evening. I can. Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. I shall just hand over to Mr. Tobin.
Good evening, Mr. Parkins. You probably heard what was said to the other speakers tonight, but just to remind you, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. I'll tell you when your 3 minutes starts, when you have 1 minute remaining, and when your time is finished.
Thank you.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening all. And thank you for the opportunity to address the planning committee this evening. My name is Ben Parkins, and I'm a planning consultant at Wardle Armstrong. I've been working closely with the client team to bring this solar farm application together. And in advance of the site visit, I just wanted to take this opportunity to highlight a few of the many benefits that this solar farm would bring locally. As you're aware, climate change is a global problem, but its impacts affect local communities all around the world, including here in North Warwickshire. The council's website states that climate change results in increased risks of flooding, catastrophic storms, declining biodiversity, habitat loss, intense droughts, and water scarcity, to name a few. As a local response to this global problem, this solar farm will generate 16 megawatts of electricity every year for a period of 40 years. This is the equivalent of powering 5,225 homes annually, while offsetting over 3,000 tons of CO2 emissions per year. As well as helping to slow down and reverse climate change, the solar farm would also help the local area mitigate against both its current and future negative impacts of climate change. For example, a substantial 2.45 kilometres of new hedgerows interspersed with trees are being proposed. This will go a long way in compensating for the hedgerows that have been lost to agricultural intensification over the last century or more. Hedgerows have many local benefits, including expanding and connecting North Warwickshire's green infrastructure, and therefore improving the foraging and nesting habitat for local wildlife. Hedgerows and trees would help prevent sediment from running into the River Sow, and the roots would also help the soil act as a sponge, absorbing rainwater. This is relevant as we understand that there have been flooding issues downstream from the site, but also because the frequency of droughts in the UK is set to increase over time. A wildlife pond and extensive wildflower meadows are being proposed, which collectively will result in a very impressive 259% biodiversity net gain. This is significantly higher than the 10% net gain being brought forward by the government. When designing the solar farm, great care has been taken to protect best and most versatile agricultural land, meaning that the vast majority of the application boundary is not within BMV land. During the lifetime of the solar farm, the site would continue to be available for agricultural use with the option of sheep grazing taking place if desired. To summarise, the proposed solar farm will result in significant biodiversity and environmental benefits in line with North Warwickshire's climate emergency declaration, and this should be given substantial weight when making a decision on the application in the near future. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Payne. Members, does anybody have any questions or statements? Oh, I don't know. I've got two statements. I've got Councillor Humphreys and Councillor Hayfield.
I look at this sort of adverse green effects. The fact I'm not sure where these solar panels will be made. Excuse me a minute. Thank you. I'm not sure it'll be made. Because I've recently seen a solar panel where they're made in China. They travelled all the way from China on a ship. The worst way of travelling anything is using bunker fuel. Creighton glass is one of the worst energy inefficient uses of energy. So I realise if we have to have a solar panel, and I do understand the fact it's free energy because you get it from the sun, what's the net effect before you get to the zero where you've mitigated all the cost of the anti-greens cost getting it, if you understand what I mean?
Yes, so I couldn't give you a precise, scientific answer, but my understanding is that within the first year, all the embodied carbon would be offset. But that's not a scientific answer. That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Hayfield.
What's the lifespan of these sort of facilities, please?
40 years.
40 years. Okay.
Members, any other questions? Councillor Parsons?
Could I just ask, the visual impact? We've often approved sites where the sort of visual impact of the solar panels is mitigated by the lie of the land in a dip, where the visual sort of prominence is not great. How do we stand in this site in terms of its visual prominence?
So the site lies in a bowl, in a small bowl. So although from a few localized viewpoints near to the site, the solar farm would be possible to be seen. As distance increases, it will not be possible to see the solar farm. And also a lot of vegetation, a lot of hedgerows and trees are being proposed. So over time as well, that would help to screen views into the site. But I appreciate that it's not a flat site, but we try to mitigate against that as much as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions before I make an observation? I think applications like this are interesting and clearly they're becoming more frequent to the board. I think without doubt, both as a borough council and as a planning board, we are reaching a stage where we need to understand the nature of these applications in terms of the benefit they provide, but also in terms of the offset that might be needed around them. To provide energy for 40 years for 5,500 homes is clearly something to be noted, particularly when we look at housing growth figures that sit upon this borough council up until 2030 and any that we might have to accommodate after 2030. I think that you'll all recall that we adopted the Climate Change Action Plan and the very ambitious targets around COP26 and COP50, as well as biodiversity net gain commitments. So I think going forward, I'm going to ask Mr. Brown whether he couldn't provide some sort of a briefing to the board on how we should think about the whole benefit of applications around solar farms and renewable energy, accepting the board will also always determine its decisions on planning grounds and material planning conditions. But without doubt, this looks like a future element of a rural economy that we need to better understand in all forms of council business. Councillor Hayfield.
I think that's an admirable suggestion. I'm happy to support that. I just wonder if we can tweak it slightly, because you're talking about something to inform members, to help members understand likely need and terms. But I do want to, Mr. Brown, is there anything specific advice that you trot out to potential applicants saying, because we like to face a lot more of these things. If you want to build one of these things in North Warwickshire, these are the sort of things we expect you to do. These are the sort of constraints on sites, bits and pieces. I know everything will depend on the individual location. We've done this before for other things. We've given sort of, if you like, a sort of planning brief to potential applicants. Do we have anything like that, or is that basically you?
Well, the answer to the question, Mr. Chairman, is no, we don't.
So it's basically
it's basically officers would give advice. What I can do is get together. At the moment, most of the advice is at national level. Certainly nothing at local level. All I can do is get together a schedule of advice and guidance at national level and circulate that to members. And that, Mr. Chairman, may form the basis or an agenda of a discussion for members, as you're suggesting.
Okay, then thank you much indeed. So the recommendation in the papers in front of you is on page 7C24, which is that the report be noted and that members visit the site prior to any determination. Another proposer? Councillor Councillor Mawson, thank you very much indeed. Thank you to our speaker, Mr. Payne. Can we move on? Oh, goodness me, I've forgotten that. Yeah. Okay, then, right. All those in favour, I know that you're all desperate. Oh, excellent. Okay, not against and not against. Actually, no, thank you. Yeah, thank you very good. All right. Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you.
Sorry, let me just catch up. Thank you, Mr. Parkins. Right, so we move on to application 7D, which is Heath House, and we do have two speakers in relation to this application, one of which is Mr. Payne. So, 7D, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not dwelling on this one too long. This is a referral back following a site visit from, which was resolved at the last meeting. In front of members, you'll have a note of that site visit. For those members that attended, just for those that didn't, then clearly we parked along Birmingham Road and we spent 10 minutes looking at the front of the site. We went down to the site between the two properties here, 27 and 29, in order to look at the space at the back where the car parking, some car parking is proposed. And whilst we're there, we also looked at the tree. That's the amended car parking layout, Mr. Chairman, which was the subject of reconsultation. So I've circulated a note of the site visit, which members have in front of them. Also, I circulated this at the end of last week, but there are hard copies in front of members now. The Netherwich Parish Council's comments. They're still concerned about the parking provision, and in fact, they refer to the Highway Authority's comments from last time, which members are familiar with. And they're also concerned about the tree, which is under this a separate application. The Parish Council conclude by saying an alternative would be to reduce the number of bedrooms to 7, or to increase the number of spaces to 11. In other words, having more spaces at the rear of the property to account for the nine bedrooms that are actually proposed here. In terms of the report, Mr. Chairman, the report covers three areas. The car parking, which I've just outlined, there's a summary there of how we've got to where we are in this slide that's in front of you. There's also a section there on the HMO background. As you can see, there's a current application in for an HMO licence, which has not yet been granted. And you can see that here. I must remind members, as the report says, that the HMO licence is dealt with under separate legislation to planning legislation. They are parallel to each other. They should not be. They should not stray into one set of legislation or the other way around either. You have to determine this application on its planning merits, not on anything to do with an HMO on HMO merits. And in terms of the tree, the report therefore does outline the fact that this is and confirms that this is a tree protected in 1978 by an order. We have got an application in at the moment to fell it, but as I say, Mr. Chairman, that's a completely separate application. We dealt with under different regulations and different considerations and has no bearing on this particular application. If they're having in front of you for the HMO, as you can see from the plant in front of you, the car parking spaces are not under the canopy of the tree, and that the report actually indicates that that effectively has resolved that issue. The TPO application will be dealt with separately, Mr. Chairman, and as you can see, as a result of that, the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is that planning permission be approved, subject to the three matters outlined at the bottom of page 7D30.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. And just for clarification, then the decision to be made tonight is about the change of use from C3 dwelling house.
Right, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Thank you. Members, we have two speakers on this matter. The first is Mr. Michael Payne, who is speaking against the objection. Mr. Payne.
Evening.
Mr. Payne, I'll just hand you over to Mr. Tobin, who will explain the process for addressing the board.
Yes, thank you. I've probably heard said for the other applicants and objectors. I'll remind you, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. So I'll tell you when that time starts, when you have 1 minute remaining, and then when the time ends, if you're still speaking at that point.
Okay.
So your
Thank you very
time
much.
starts.
First of all, can I just request a point of order? We have a number of objections submitted on this item. That wasn't covered from the brief.
I'm awfully sorry, I'm deaf in one ear. Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
It wasn't shared the current number of objections on this consideration at this point in time. This is basically the 3rd time, as was summarised. This is being submitted for consideration. The first instance, there was, I believe, 28 objections. What I would request this forum to consider is materiality and order of magnitude of those considerations, given the size of the village itself. Whitaker Heath is a very small community, and I'd like that sort of consideration to actually be brought into bearing, as in the weight of concerns against this proposal. I recognise that this application for HMO is being looked at a separate instance. The main area of concern from a residents' perspective is the volume and number of parking facilities for this instance. It's been reduced to 7, I believe, in this instance. The area of concern is basically the dependency and assumption of HMO being sole occupancies. That's unenforceable. So if anybody visits, girlfriends, anything like that, the area of concern is really based on it's not going to be limited to 7, and that's going to be an issue for the local residents. The other consideration, I acknowledge that the application for the tree is being looked at as a separate instance. And we were concerned that these shouldn't really be looked at in isolation because that has a bearing on each other. The tree application itself is actually raising the request of number of car parking spaces to not 7, but increase as well. The other area of consideration is that one of the, I believe, the primary justification for this application is as an environmental consideration. If you look at the EPC rating of the house itself, it's the lowest it is. So if increase in combustion, waste, all that sort of stuff, that would have a bearing on the outcome into the area.
Okay, have you finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Members of the board, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Payne? No? Thank you much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Payne. We now have a speaker in support of the application, who is Mr. Ian Watts. Mr. Ian Watts.
Good evening, Chair, members. I'll keep this quite brief, but it's really just to respond directly to Mr. Bain's concerns, really.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes.
I'll be that time. So I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining, and at the end, you still speak.
Thank you. In respect of parking, I know there's concern which has been muted by a number of the objectors. I think several have mentioned up to 22 vehicle parkings on the property. Just so that the members are aware, as Mr. Brown has already stated, the application for a HMO in terms of licensing is dealt with separately, but the application is for a single letting in terms of 1 person per room, and that is something legislated separately by Nuneaton Bedworth Council. So there isn't any potential, other than an infringement of the licence itself, to exceed occupancy. Therefore, it would be limited to 9 people. Previously, as you're aware, this is a retrospective application. The premises had been operated as a HMO for 9 people for 7 years prior to that. We've never experienced at that point in time anything other than that single occupancy. And that's been the case there. And as I said previously, there hasn't during that time been any objections or complaints raised directly with any statutory authority. As regards to the tree, whilst Mr. Brown has pointed out, it is a separate application. The investigation into the tree was only borne by a recommendation to provide 9 parking spaces to the front of the property, which then brought into question as to whether that can be achieved on the site at the front. We took the necessity to actually get a survey of the tree at the time to deal with that if that were necessary. And that's what's actually brought up the fact there is an issue with the tree and it's diseased. Hence why there is a separate application for the tree to be felled, which I believe is supported by your own agriculturist at Warwickshire County Council. As regards to the note about the EPC, we note that it is classified as an E at the moment. Obviously, that's not a planning matter, but to support the investment needed to improve that requires us to actually obtain the consent to then justify funding and investment into the property. I will say the alternative for use of this property, it is a large substantial property. We are looking to invest in it. That requires us to have an income stream to do it. The alternative is the property remains empty. So I hope that you will be able to understand those reasons for the application and hopefully support it in the fact that it will provide housing for a large number of people in the vicinity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Watts. Members, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Watts? No? Thank you, Mr. Watts.
Thank you.
Members, we move into debate. Do I have any speakers? Councillor Hancock.
I'm really torn with this. I've literally just spoke about something in my local area that was putting in single rooms and single flats or rooms and said that we should go and see it. Now, obviously, we've seen this. I still have major issues with parking here. I have issues of, antisocial behaviour and things like that. It causes me issue. I can't support it. I just can't. So if I would personally put forward that it was rejected, but obviously I would have to go with LP29, which tends to be used, but that would be my choice. But obviously other councillors are happy to go elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. And for the point of clarity, LP29 concerns residential amenity on all forms, including antisocial behaviour as well as other impacts. Okay. Members, does anybody else have any observations? Councillor Humphries.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. I know we've had a mention from Councillor Simmons, although he's on holiday at the moment. He's actually been getting notification from the parish council about their concerns about this, and I know Councillor Simpson himself has got reservations about this. And again, it is the amenities around the bus service, the shops, and anywhere, if they haven't got transport for themselves, how do they get about and what amenities have they got around? So there are concerns about it. I'm concerned about the amenities. If they're young people, there's nothing for them to do. So I myself am against trying to support this at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers on this before I sum up? Councillor Dirks?
I'd just like to point out really that we are not supposed to speculate as to who is going to occupy the property when we ask planning permission, because it's not a fixed thing. It could change at any time. So we have to be very careful when projecting what we think is going to be the use of the building.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Hayfield, Councillor Hancock, Councillor Humphries. Councillor Hayfield.
I think we, in places like Addiston and Coleshill, we're used to some of these sort of last century large properties with large gardens and things being developed to having extra houses at the back or multiple use, whatever else. And kind of there's hardly a large property like that left in Addison now, I don't think, apart from Old Bank House. But we're not used to it in rural areas. And here we've got a row of quite sizable properties all the way down this road, all with large gardens and properties. And frankly, I'm surprised we haven't had more applications for this sort of use of the property. But it just, the parking issue and the amenity issue for residents, I think, make it difficult for me to support this one.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Hancock and then Councillor, oh, sorry, Highfield. Councillor Hancock and then Councillor Humphreys.
I would just like to point that at no point have I speculated who would be staying there. I merely said from a planning point of view that I could not support the application due to the fact of the amenities, and there has been a history before there. That's all I have said. So there was no speculation whatsoever on what I was saying.
Thank you. Thank you. That point of clarification is noted. Councillor Humphreys.
It was me, and it doesn't matter to me whether it's young, middle-aged or elderly. If the amenities aren't there, they're not there, and that's all there is to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Does anybody else have any observations that they wish to make? Councillor Hancock, am I right in thinking that you are proposing a refusal? And Councillor Humphreys, am I right in thinking that you are seconding a refusal? Members, we've got a proposal and a seconder for a refusal on the basis of previous histories of antisocial behaviour and conclusion around antisocial behaviour going forward from previous usage, which from my own perspective is reflected in the concerns that have been expressed by the residents and the objectors to this application. Can I please move to a vote? All those in favour of the refusal, please show your hands. Eight. All those not in favour of refusal? One. Any abstentions? One. Okay, then, so that is two. Abstention from everyone. So thank you. So that is carried as a refusal to the application on the grounds of negative impact on LP29 neighbourhood community. Thank you. Would anybody else like to leave the meeting now we've discussed the application? Members, we now move on to application 7E, which is land south of the Croft, Hogwell's End Lane, Netherwickham. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just run through the slides first. And this is obviously the result of a referral from last time following a site visit. Just to remind members, the site's Hogwell Lane runs along the top here, as you can see, with the residential properties fronting that lane. The railway line is at the bottom here, which just took reservoir just off the site. The track runs down from the lane to the bridge across the railway lines here, and that hosts a footpath. The paddocks are outlined in green. The stables would be this yellow area here, and the woodland, which the report refers to, is here. An elevation from the stables is below. Again, there are several papers which have been circulated to you previously, Mr. Chairman, which again are in front of you on your desks. There's a note of the site visit which took place on November the 26th. And for the members who didn't visit that site, we walked all the way down from here, down to the site here, along the southern boundary and up into the woodland, which is here, and then returned on the same route. And a note of that is provided in front of you. One of the matters which was raised at the last planning board meeting was for a request from the chairman to look at the potential wildlife site, which has been referred to in a number of the objections. The plan that you see on the screen now has that illustrated in orange on the plan on the screen. The application site is above it here. You can see the track that comes down off the lane and the proposed siting of the stables is round about here. As members who visited the site will know, we walked along here and we walked into this area here, where in part of that wildlife site. There's also a plan in front of you, which basically is a larger copy of that, which is the wildlife site is shown coloured grey on there. You can see that in relation to the actual stables proposal as well. Since the report was written, Mr. Chairman, we've had an update from the Parish Council. Again, that was circulated to you last week, and a note of that is actually in front of you amongst the several papers that I've put on your desks. Basically, the Parish Council is saying that we note from the board report that the proposed conditions are limited compared with another application for stables elsewhere in the parish, and it runs through those conditions which it thinks are missing from this particular proposal. And basically, the request from the Parish Council is that this board, if it does go on to the Planning Commission, remains consistent in the application of conditions. So, Mr. Chairman, just to run through that, in terms of the wildlife site, then as you can see from the report and the previous reports, the county ecologist has been involved here because of the wildlife site, and they have no objections subject to an environmental management plan. That has been submitted, and as you can see, as part of the report, the county ecologist supports that plan, and therefore that is now conditioned as part of the recommendation. In terms of the other matters that have been raised, then looking through the conditions, which the Parish Council has referred to. The Parish Council has referred to another stable proposal elsewhere in the parish and said that particular permission contained a large number of conditions which should be applied equally to this application. Members will know very well that my response to that is each application is dealt with on its own merits. And rather than pick on that particular planning application or planning commission, if we look at the 6 or 7 planning commissions that have been granted to stables in Nether Whittaker in the past 2 or 3 years, you'll find that there is no consistency to the type of conditions that are attached. That is because, quite simply, each application is determined on its own merits. And just to run through the conditions which do appear on the Parish Council's reference and do not appear on this particular case, then the first one relates to the actual construction of the stables. In this particular case, the approved plan showed to be a timber construction. The condition which is missing is the fact that it should be a timber construction. The approved plan, if it's approved, will show a timber construction, and therefore there's no need for that condition. Secondly, the muck heap, there's been reference to that and how that's dealt with. In the Parish Council's example, the residential property is very much closer to that stable block than it is here. Members will have seen from the site visit how distant the stable block in muck heap will be from the residents, and there's no objection from the environmental health officer to require that condition. The environmental health officer required that condition in the case that the Parish Council has referred to. The same applies to the actual construction of the floor of the stables. Again, the environmental health officer is quite satisfied that this is sufficient distance away from houses and from the River Vaughan so as not to create a pollution problem. And then finally, the other condition relates to the size of the site in relation to the number of horses. And for looking at the guidance that's necessary from the British Horse Society in respect to that particular provision. This satisfies British Horse Society guidance. Therefore, that's the reason why there is no condition attached. So, Mr. Chairman, bringing all that together, the recommendation last time was that the site visit be arranged and that further matters be investigated. Those have been done. And the recommendation now is firmly for approval with the conditions as outlined in the report for you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Members, we have a speaker against and a speaker for this application. So can I invite Jim Thompson, the Chair of Nether Whittaker Parish Council, to address the board? Thank you. Evening, Mr. Thompson. I will
Good evening.
hand you over to Mr. Tobin.
Good evening. I'm sure you've seen what's on with the speakers. You'll get 3 minutes to address the board. So I'll tell you when that time starts. I'll tell you when you have a minute remaining, and then just address them and tell you when the 3 minutes is up.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I simply wish to make the board aware that in the board report, as been said, a number of objections were listed, but a couple more warrant mention. There are precedents for refusals based on inappropriate development in Greenbelt and also subsequent wins at appeal of same for planning departments. I have 2 of them noted here, which were forwarded to the planning department for consultation. A similar application, as Mr. Brown has mentioned, though much smaller, was recently approved in the parish in Greenbelt on agricultural land, no services attached, and this was PAP 2021-0099. This application was also forwarded during consultation some months ago. Mr. Brown informs us by email his intention to discuss these details with the applicant on that day of the 29th of November, which is a week ago. The report written on this by Officer Christina Fortune was full and comprehensive. The decision notice was equally detailed in the construction of an approval given in July 2021 during COVID. The decision notice contained no less than 15 conditions, which had to be met before the site could be used. This included, for example, constructional timber, safe storage of manure, and its regular removal, effluent drainage, washdown drainage, access parking and turning, for example. 3 horses, people, materials, and constructional disruption are included in this current application at Hogwills End, generating lots of effluent in an ecological setting. I would therefore like it minuted today that should the board be moved to approve this application, then for consistency and fairness, similar attention to detail is given in the decision notice to this application as was given to the one aforementioned, namely that of PAP 2021-0099. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Thompson. Members, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Thompson? No? Thank you very much indeed. And now we have a speaker in favour of the application, which is Julia Hutton, who is attending in person together with Andrew Turner. Good evening. No, I'm sure by now you're acquainted to the process, so let me hand you over to Mr. Tobin.
Yeah, 3 minutes, you know, when you have a minute remaining and your time. The time stops.
Good evening. Thank you once again for allowing us to speak regarding our application. We hope that the board members that visited the land on the 26th found it both useful and informative, whilst also giving a clearer view of the vision of the land. We also hope that the members, now that they have seen the layout of the land, are in agreement that the stables and their location will not be a dominant feature, nor would they be to the detriment of the local area. Regarding the mole pit and the woodland area as shown in the report, Appendix D, as we previously mentioned at last month's meeting, we welcome the mole pit and woodland being considered as a potential wildlife site and happy to work alongside the Wildlife Trust regarding this. As far as representations made by the parish council and local residents, we can only reiterate what we stated in last month's meeting. That being that all those points and more are addressed in detail in our planning statement, PEA, CEMP and the planning officer's report. To this end, we hope that you will agree with both the planning officer and ourselves that the proposal is of small scale and proportional to its intended use, and hope that you'll support our application. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Sutton or Mr. Turner? No? Thank you very much indeed. Members, we now move into debate then. Do I have anybody wishing to speak on this application? Councillor Phillips, Councillor Hayfield.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Like you, I was on the site visit, and I was quite impressed with the place. It was, and the way the potential place will be run. I've got no problem with it at all. I'm prepared to move the recommendation, Chair.
Noted, thank you. Councillor Hayfield.
Yeah, I'll second it. I know the area well. I have done since childhood, and I don't think this is going to make any real significance impact. It's the land is sloping down as you gently to start off with as you leave the road and come down, so it's not really going to be easily visible from the road or anything. No, I think the applicants have done enough to persuade me that this is something that can be supported.
Thank you very much indeed. Does anybody else have any comment? Mr. Brown, could you just clarify the point that Mr. Thompson made about the previous application, and as I understood it, a suggestion that there should be precedents determined in terms of the conditions set on this occasion?
Well, as I said in introduction, Mr. Chairman, each application is determined on its own merits, and that's the reason why if we rather than look at just the one application which the parish council has referred to, we'd have to look at the last 6, 7 or 8 in the parish. All the conditions attached to those stable commissions are completely different. That's the reason why each application is determined on its merits.
Okay, thank you indeed. Members, does anybody else wish to speak before we move to a vote? So we have a proposer for approval, which is Councillor Phillips, and seconded by Councillor Hayfield. All those in favour? Those against, and abstentions, that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. The application is granted.
Winner. Thank you. Winner. That was hard.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members.
Thank you.
We move on to the next application, which is 7E in the pack. No, it's not. It's 7F in the pack, which is 4 Square Lane, Corley. Mr. Brown.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is an application which is referred back to you. This is the second referral back to you. The first was for site visit, and then the second time was for us to see whether or not there was any further amendments that could be made to the proposal to perhaps mitigate against the objections which have been received. So the members are aware of the site again. Square Lane is the lane that comes down here to Corley Ash. The garage on the front, and the main Tamworth Road here with Corley towards the bottom of the plan. The application site is amongst this area here, where there are the stables and the menage, which are shown there. And then the applicant has provided a series of photographs. As you'll be aware, the proposal for the actual building that's in front of you is between the buildings and the lane. Members on the site visit saw that. And there was a suggestion that the building could actually be referred elsewhere on the site. Now, the applicant has provided these photographs, and the applicant is saying that if in fact it is located elsewhere, it'll be far more visible and it will impact on the openness of the green belt, whereas at the present time, the application site, as you'll see here, is in here, which is close to existing buildings between the hedgerow on the lane and the menage and the stables that are here. In other words, within an existing range of buildings, which is where we would prefer the building to be seen. It was suggested that the building be relocated around here, but as you can see from those photographs, that land is on higher land and it would be far more visible. So, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation remains as before.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. We have two speakers again on this application. Speaking against the application, we have Sarah Rand. Sarah, would you like to come and sit at the front? I'm sure by now you're well acquainted with the process that we're operating tonight, so I'll just hand you over to Mr. Tobin to explain.
So you have 3 minutes. And that starts when you've got only left 1 minute. The 3 minutes stops now.
I speak on behalf of all affected residents who have submitted objections throughout this process. We reiterate that the justification for this barn is totally flawed. All affected residents and the parish council continue to object to this development. Following the previous deferred decision, no attempt had been made by planning or the applicant to mediate with local residents, which was recommended by this board. To be clear, this application is at best misleading and at worst factually incorrect. The site can be seen from the road footpath of the properties. Since the original stables were completed, the land has not been used for equestrian and agricultural use. A local farmer's sheep have been on the land for only a matter of weeks during the current owner's tenure. The previous owner did harvest hay, baled, wrapped and stored in the stable blocks. The location of the proposed barn demonstrates a complete lack of regard for others. It's at the closest point to a residential house. At the previous planning meeting, councillors advised they could not take account of speculation when making their judgment. This application is based on speculation and not proven need. The original planning approval was for 5 horses, 2 livestock, feed room and hay storage. Planning's view was that this one building fulfilled the need based on the acreage. The buildings has never been used for the purposes proposed, and therefore it is speculation that a further barn is required. There are now 3 buildings on the land, mostly used apart from a stable allegedly used for kickboxing. Why is the owner not using these for the intended purposes in the application already? Currently, hedge and field cutting is carried out annually by contractors. This demonstrates there is no justification for owning and storing equipment for this one field. A tenant living on site has made clear she is unable to operate such equipment. There are fire and fume risks if equipment is stored with dry hay. The plan states that sheep will be grazed on the farm and also that mown hay from the field will need to be stored. Sheep grazing will vastly reduce the amount of hay available to be mown, which directly impacts the amount that might require storage space. So the existing building should be more than adequate.
1 minute.
As this board stated, bringing donkeys and sheep onto the land is something that the owner could already be doing with the buildings already in existence. So why isn't she? The applicant does not live on the site. The house is occupied by a tenant. An absent owner who has little respect or empathy for long-standing residents and who will not be impacted by what can only be described as a pastime. The residents I speak on behalf of and I will be left to suffer the consequences. Due diligence at the time of purchase would have made clear what has been previously approved. The determination by planning to recommend approval appears to completely ignore and even breach the previous planning decisions and 19 conditions. Is there a proven need? Absolutely not. We request that this application is refused. Failing this, we urge councillors to request that planning enter into dialogue with the applicant and local residents in an attempt to reach a compromise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Members, does anybody have any questions for Sarah Ramsey? No, thank you. No, I understand Mr. John Hall speaking on behalf of the application. The applicant. Mr. Hall, I will hand you over to Mr. Tobin.
Leaving, as you're aware, you've got 3 minutes to address the board, so I'll let you know when that time starts, when you have a minute remaining, and at the end of that time period. The time starts now.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is John Hall. I'm senior partner of the Haggins and Harrison Midlands firm of chartered surveyors. I've carried out my professional life in the Midlands area for the whole of my professional working life, and I've known the applicant for some 50 years. This application was deferred from the previous meeting to see if an alternative position was possible for this agricultural barn to store hay and agricultural machinery. We considered a suggestion to put it above the menage instead of below it. However, it was found, as Mr. Brown has told you, that This would isolate the building from the existing ones and would not easily be incorporated for practical operation. More importantly, it would be on higher ground and outside the existing area of buildings. So it would be much more prominent and much greater impact on the openness of the greenbelt. Your planning officer accepts this and still recommends approval with the building in its original position. I can vouch for this applicant, who has been my client for over 50 years. She's the most genuine of owners and has the most genuine reasons here. The previous owner provided the stable block, but didn't go far enough to provide the necessary building for the storage of hay and a secure store for the agricultural machinery necessary to farm the unit. And the consent for the existing stables actually had a condition preventing anything from being stored outside. We heard previously from Mrs. Ramsey. I haven't seen a copy of that before this meeting, so I only was able to make brief notes. But on an agricultural matter, the grazing of sheep is something that happens regularly in the winter time. It keeps the grass down, and it is good agricultural practice. The main season for growing for hay is in the summer. So you graze it down in the winter, it grows and produces more hay in the summer period, and that is we have the applicant has mown it for hay in previous years. She has not started her equestrian proposals yet because she needs this building to complete the suite of buildings that she needs and for the security of the machinery. The fact that she doesn't live on site is not a planning matter, and I don't think there are any of the previous conditions that have been broken, because otherwise the planning officers would have been on to that. So I'd like to remind members that there are no planning objections to this application. There's been rigorous scrutiny by officers and consultants over. Thank you very much. I'll just ask members to listen and follow their recommendations of their officers. Thank you very much.
Members, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hall? No, can I just clarify your statement about no objections? The board report says that there have been 19 letters of objection.
No planning objections by your professional officers, planning officers.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Members, I move to debate. Does anybody have any views or they'd like to express, or questions they'd like to ask? Councillor Humphreys?
I'm not sure I can support this because, and then it goes back by the sound of it to a previous owner, but that building was constructed, and at the time in the previous application, that's all they wanted. That's all they needed to do to look after that piece of land. This definitely is going to change the aspect of those buildings for the neighbours, and I actually think it does. It's agricultural. It's in the green belt, so it could be very hard to find a reason for it. But apart from the fact that I can see, suppose the amenity and the view from the houses, and it may be say you're not entitled to a view, but it changes the whole concept of that part of Square Lane. So I don't think I can support it.
Okay, and just for clarity, your objection is on the basis of impact on residential amenity?
Yes.
Yeah, visual amenity? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you much indeed. Does anybody else wish to speak?
Could I just have a clarification, please? Was the previous planning mission on the same area of land? Or has there been an increase in the area of land since then that is serviced by this?
Mr. Brown?
The areas has increased, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Brown.
Chairman, it's not clear how a previous application is relevant at all in this case. I mean, if people are looking to use land differently, or indeed it sounds as if expanding the land and needing to add more facilities, then it's a perfectly legitimate use of land to build an agricultural building for agricultural purposes. So I'm lost at what reason we could have to refuse this.
Excuse me, can I respond to that?
No, sir, you can't. We've finished public engagement. Thank you. Have you finished, Councillor Dodd? Members, does anybody else have any statements or views that they'd like to express? No? Okay, so I have a proposer for refusal from Councillor David Humphries. Do we have a seconder for that proposal? I'll support it. I'll second it. So, members, we will move to the vote. All those in favour of refusal, so all those in favour of refusal, please show. All those in favour of approval, please show. Approval have the majority. Any objections before we close off? Two. All right then. Thank you indeed. Application. Members, we move on to application 7G, which is the Bakehouse Lane, Netherwood. Mr. Brown.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you'll see from the report, this particular application is referred to you because of the board's early involvement with this particular site, particularly one application from several years ago, which dealt with the certificate of lawfulness. And in fact, I think about that occasion, the board looked at it 2 or 3 times before actually making a decision, and the application actually went into appeal. So therefore, that's the reason why the application is reported to you. I'll just run through the slides so that members are aware of where we are. Bakehouse Lane is here on the far right hand side, and this track leads up to the fishing pool. The pool is there. The actual site is this particular block of black here, and you can see the existing stables and hay barns in this particular area either side of the track from Bakehouse Lane. In terms of a closer analysis of where we are by the side of the pool, you can see here the application site and the existing building on the site. And in fact, as the report indicates, the proposal is on the same footprint as the existing building. And then in terms of elevations, that's the proposal that is now in front of you. In terms of a section, then in fact, the existing building is outlined in red. And then the proposal is the black line here, which you can see here. The report, Mr. Chairman, indicates that the proposal here squarely meets the guidance set out in your own policy on greenbelt replacements. As you are aware, construction of new buildings is considered to be inappropriate development in the greenbelt. However, there are exceptions to that, and there are conditions to that. And in respect of replacement buildings, that would apply here. This is a replacement building in the same use class, in other words, residential for residential. It is on the same footprint, but the key criterion is whether the replacement is materially larger than the one it replaces. In this particular case, the guidance set out in the local plan indicates that 30% should be increase in volume should be a guide for you. As you can see from the report, Mr. Chairman, this comes out at 29%. So therefore, in terms of the quantitative assessment, as I say, squarely meets the guidance that you have in your own plan. In terms of the qualitative criterion, then this is a small building. It's timber built with a ceiling roof. The main concern is its height. But there are 2 matters that I would draw to your attention in mitigation. The first is the Environment Agency's concern that there be a minimum floor level because of flooding levels. So therefore, any replacement has to be at a slightly higher level than that which exists at the present time. And then also, as you've seen from the first slide I showed, there are other buildings in the area, stables and hay barns, which are in fact taller than this building, certainly taller than a single story stables. So therefore, in fact, it's a question of whether this would make a material impact, and we do not consider that to be the case. You'll also note, Mr. Chairman, that I've circulated a note from the Parish Council, which came in at the end of last week. Again, hard copies in front of you on your desks, and I'll just read it out so that members can take stock of what the Parish Council is saying. We note the footprint of the proposed replacement is a decrease of 20% and the volume an increase of 29% now following the amended plan. The parish council says that accords with the 30% rule. In the planning statement, reference is made to improving the architecture and visual appearance of the dwelling, and that the construction specification will result in an energy efficient building. It is also stated that the proposed replacement dwelling will deliver a substantial improvement in the overall design of the building. We would like to remind board members that the existing building was a converted fishing shack built without planning permission and therefore no control over its design and construction. I'll ask members to take that as written and consider that whether that is an objection or a letter of support or whether it's just a comment. It certainly doesn't alter the recommendation that I'm making to you tonight, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Wren. Members, we have one speaker in support of this application who is on Teams, and that is Stephanie Hawkins. Good evening, Ms. Hawkins. Can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Okay, and you're coming through loud and clear. So I'm just going to ask Mr. Tobin to explain the rules.
Good evening. I see you've been present in the meeting for some time, so I've probably heard this many times already. But you'll be given 3 minutes to address the board. I'll tell you when that time starts, when you have 1 minute remaining, and then if you're still addressing at the end, when your time is ended. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the applicant, Mr. and Mrs. Horton, in support of their application. I am Stephanie Hawkins. I'm an Associate Director with Barton Wilmore, now Stantec, who are the agents for the application. This proposal is not for a new dwelling, it is a replacement dwelling. There is an existing lawful dwelling on the site, the Lake House. The principle of a replacement dwelling in the Greenbelt is acceptable. It is an exception under national planning policy, provided that it is not materially larger than the dwelling it replaces, a point I will return to. The application was submitted following pre-application engagement with the Environment Agency, responding positively to their comments, including by setting the finished floor levels of the proposed dwelling 600 millimetres above existing ground level and locating the bedroom at first floor level. Overall, the proposed dwelling provides betterment with regards to mitigating against the risk of flooding relative to the existing dwelling. Mr. and Mrs. Horton have also worked positively with your officers throughout the application process, making requested amendments to reduce both the volume and height of the proposed dwelling. Subsequently, officers are satisfied that the proposed dwelling is not materially larger than the one it replaces and that it accords with local plan policy LP3. The increase in volume of the proposed dwelling relative to the existing dwelling is below the 30% guide figure that the council uses as a starting point to assess if a proposed replacement dwelling is materially larger. The proposed dwelling is higher than the existing dwelling as it incorporates a first floor. However, the height has been reduced through a dormer design and the site benefits from extensive boundary vegetation that provides screening. Furthermore, other buildings in the immediate surroundings are more visible, notably a barn immediately east of the application site. This was permitted in 2011 and has a residential appearance, being brick built with a tiled roof. The proposed replacement dwelling will utilise timber cladding and a green roof, allowing it to assimilate into its setting. Overall, it will deliver a substantial improvement in design relative to the existing dwelling, including energy efficient measures. To conclude, the proposal before you represents a high quality sustainable development. It accords with national and local planning policy and there are no objections from statutory consultees. It is therefore respectfully requested that members follow the recommendation put forward by their officer and grant the application planning permission. Thank you.
Members, does anybody have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much indeed. I move to debate. Would anybody like to ask a question or make a statement?
You move the recommendation, Chair.
So I'd like to say
before then.
Okay, thank you much indeed. I've got Councillor Humphreys.
If I could, I would say I was on the planning when this first happened, and this shack grew eventually through a certificate convenient vegetation, etc., and it turned into a Class C to become a dwelling. And at the time we were told we can't speculate, but I'd just all like to just remind everybody that speculation has actually come to fruition, because here we have a new house on a platform with plenty of room for an extension. Perhaps that might come in the future. The 30% might become 50%. I'm not being, I understand they've done everything possible to make it fit into the environment that they've got there. But I just point out the fact that sometimes we can only look at what's in front of us, but speculation comes true. Thank you.
Thank you. Every time we can only look at what's in front of us, Councillor.
Every time.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. Referring to page 16 on the electronic copy, or 7G113, halfway down above the recommendation, it says there is an opportunity through the use of a planning condition to remove subsequent permitted development rights. Reading the recommendations and conditions, I don't see that appearing further down. Could Mr. Brown please clarify that for me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's condition 5 on page 7G114. No development within classes A, AA, and D of Part 1 should be permitted to take place.
Thank you.
Class A is extensions. Class AA is going upwards.
Thank you. That was the bit that I missed.
Okay. Does that clarify, Councillor?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you indeed. Do we have any other speakers? No. The application has been proposed by Councillor Phillips and seconded by Councillor Mawson. Can we move to a vote? All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Members, we're working through. We move on now to application 7H, which is 23 Dordon Road, Dordon. God's country. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just run through the slides again. These are replicated from the papers that you have in front of you. The site there is outlined in red, just down from Polesworth School, here, Dordon Road, and goes down into Fairfields Hill at the top of the plan. You can see the site here in the frontage on that side of the road. The photographs are quite helpful. This is the application site and the bungalow next door where we have the objection. You can see the report refers to the gap between the two. The report also refers to the difference in levels. The report also refers to the window here, which you can see on this particular photograph, and also to the conservatory at the back of the bungalow, which you can just about see in that photograph. This was the original proposal. As you can see, quite a large extension, height extension in terms of the roof, and that was the major issue, the massing of that roof and the height. It's now being reduced through an amended scheme to this with 2 hips, and that reduces the massing, and therefore, in our view, Mr. Chairman, despite the change in levels, that would satisfy the policies that you have in your development plan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Members, we have one speaker against this application. Carol Burrow. Would you like to come forward and assume the chair? Right, Carol, you've heard Mr. Tobin say it so many times tonight, but I'll hand you to Mr. Tobin.
So just again, you have 3 minutes to address the board. So I'll let you know when that starts. I think you have a minute remaining, and then you're still speaking again, 3 minutes when the time's up. Time stops.
The reasons for our objections are that this 2-storey extension will be being built extremely close to the boundary wall. It will be a very dominant, imposing structure towering over my parents' bungalow. Number 23 is already set approximately 1 metre higher than number 21 due to this part of Dordon Road being on a hill. This extension will be half the size again of the host house and will be shoehorned into the space. So they have taken it as close to the boundary as possible, with no regard whatsoever of the impact it will have on the neighbouring property. The ridgeline height is around 7.5 metres, adding the 1 metre difference in levels of the two properties, and this will make an 8.5 metre high structure. This will tower over the rear conservatory number 21, which is accessed through the lounge, so a loss of sunlight to the conservatory will mean a loss of considerable light to the lounge. My parents spend a lot of time in their conservatory, but this structure will block out some of the sunlight coming into that room. The side window of the bungalow will look out directly onto the proposed bow window, resulting in a loss of privacy due to the protruding nature of the bow window. It will match the existing window on the host house, therefore protruding out approximately 3 feet. The roof overhang of the bungalow almost reaches the boundary wall, as you will see on the photographs. Therefore, any maintenance or repairs to that part of the roof or guttering will be impossible to access, which will result in a deterioration of that part of the property. The properties on Dorden Road are all mostly one-off designs with defined land around them, which gives this road a very pleasing aesthetic. This development will take away that defined space from the bungalow, giving it a cramped feel. My dad approached the applicant's partner to explain how anxious this was making them, to which he shrugged his shoulders and said they always plan to do this, thus demonstrating a complete lack of consideration to their new neighbours. My parents have lived peacefully at number 21 for 54 years and take pride in their property. The construction alone will cause considerable mess and upheaval to their bungalow, and they do not want this at their time of life. It is having an adverse effect on their mental health. They will also exercise their right to refuse the builders access to their property during the build. And we ask you to come along and do a site visit so you can see for yourself the impact this development will have on the bungalow and the lives of my parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do anybody have any questions for Carol Brown? Excellent.
I'm just going to, one question here with the drawing. All I can see on the gable end of the house and the extension is a blank wall. I can't, you said there'd be a bay window.
Yeah, on the front of the house.
On the front of the house, but that's
Yeah.
looking down onto the Dorden Road, not over the side of the bungalow. Is that right?
Yeah, but where my parents' windows at the side, they'll look out of that window and just see this structure.
I'm trying to.
But the nature of the bay window,
That's where you're. Okay, this is bungalow. I see what you're
yeah,
saying.
it will stick out beyond,
Okay.
halfway along their window.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions from the speaker? No? Members, move the session into debate. Does anybody have any views to express? Councillor Parsons, Councillor Mawson.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at this application, I think it's probably most clearly shown on the plan drawing on page 29, which illustrates how close and imposing this structure is going to be on the bungalow. Number 21, sorry. Certainly, the difference in the building line does actually mitigate to an extent this problem, but nonetheless, the two-storey extension coming so close to the boundary is something that I think most of us would find difficult to cope with. I appreciate the height's been reduced, and that's good, but I think this is still an intrusive, potentially a very intrusive extension here, and I would like to recommend a site visit.
Thank you. Councillor Mawson.
Entirely agree with Councillor Parsons, and I'll second it. A site visit.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not really sure. We've got some really good photographs here. I cannot see how a site visit will give us any more information than we've got in front of us, to be honest with you. We've got photographs and we've got site drawings, so you know, I don't think we should have a site visit just for the sake of it if it's not going to give us any extra information.
Thank you. Your comment is noted. Anybody else wish to speak? No? Mr. Brown, can you just confirm any advice to the board about distances of separation or overbearing natures of developments?
Well, this is true, Mr. Chairman, as you can see from the plan on 7H126 that the development comes up to the common boundary. The issue here is what can be done under permitted development rights in any event. Even if this application is refused planning commission, there can be a side extension built here without the need for planning application. I always refer it back as the reports come to you. We always refer back to the fallback position of what could happen under permitted development. And this is very close as to what could happen under permitted development.
And just for clarity for members that aren't experienced on the board, permitted development means?
Permitted development means development that's permitted by a general development order, which the government sets, and it does not therefore require the submission of a planning application.
Thank you very much indeed. Members, do we have any other speakers before we move to a vote? No, thank you. So we have a proposal and a seconder for a site visit. I see all those in favour. All those against? Any abstentions? A site visit it is, a day out in Dawn. Thank you very much indeed.
You can visit the club at the same time.
Members, that brings us on to application 7.
It says, the second one is 2 days.
Yeah. So that brings us on to application 7I, which is land south of Dairy Farm, Spon Lane, Greenwich. Mr. Brown.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's run through some slides. So when I get there, I can run through some slides. I'll use this one to start with because it's the general estate that the application refers to. Watling Street is here on the left hand side.
Up on our screen. We can't see it. I haven't got anything yet.
What do I have? Someone help? Someone help, perhaps.
Oh, you can't go out. Chip shops. Give up. Electric.
There we go. Right. Press the right buttons. So start again. Watling Street.
Members, please concentrate.
Watling Street is down here in the top left. This is the frontage of properties that are on that side of Watling Street. The Bellway Estate is here with Hastings Road coming in off Spon Lane here. Dairy House Farm is here. As you can see, the estate is there. The application relates to this particular area of land and also to the area of land down here. If I can deal firstly with the area of land down here. The report actually goes through 3 particular areas. 1 is down here, and as I say, 2 are along here. Dealing this one first, this is to do with the relocation of the play area. The play area was originally approved up here in this corner, and that would be on quite high ground. So the developer looked at this again and proposed to move it down here, which is a vacant piece of land. Presently, it's just overgrown grassland. Because it was a suitable size and could accommodate the equipment. However, there were several objections to it from the residents around here, because in fact their property is back onto it, and this in fact is a closed boarded fence. So this in fact was not overlooked, it wasn't self-policed, and it was quite isolated. And there were examples of residents were complaining about examples of antisocial behaviour from children from the estate. So there were a lot of objections on this particular proposal. The original proposal does require a play area to be provided. The current proposal is for it to be on the bund, which is along here. And I'll show you a plan of that in a minute. The play area is to be made up of logs and mounds and concrete tunnels. It's not play equipment in terms of swings and roundabouts. It's a natural play equipment area. Therefore, it fits into the bund quite well. Also, it's some distance away from the houses here, and there's a road between the houses and the bund, and therefore it's also overlooked. It's also easily accessible from the estate from both ends, as the children would have to come down, children and parents would have to come down the road in this particular area. From our point of view, that is considered to be quite a reasonable location. Added to that is that members will know that the land here is allocated as a reserve housing site in the latter phases of the development plan period, should there be non-delivery elsewhere. So it's highly likely that there will be residential development of some sort on land here. Now, the area between the two is likely to be an open corridor, because clearly that there are sufficient houses on here that they can't extend the estate this way because of the numbers. So therefore, access to that housing would have to come elsewhere, which means there's highly likely there'll be an amenity area or green area, open area between the two parts of the estate. And it's possible, therefore, that this particular play area, if it is approved here, could be moved or relocated further to the east. From our point of view, Mr. Chairman, we're comfortable with that, and the report indicates that we're minded to support that. In respect of this particular area or corridor down here between the Watling Street frontages and the existing houses, which are now almost complete on the estate, this area was left as an open area. We had several objections from residents up and down the Watling Street properties because of the fact that they considered there was a loss of privacy from this particular point of view because of the distances involved, and also because there was a limited amount of tree planting along here. That has now been discussed with the developer, and you'll see from the report, this particular part is proposed to be raised by 2 meters to form a bund with additional planting. Also, a drainage channel, which is already in, is to run along the foot of the bund to connect to this channel, which then leads round, as you can see, to the attenuation measures down here. So it feeds into the estate infrastructure. In terms of the raising of this bund, then we've had some residents in here who are supporting that because they consider it mitigates against the loss of privacy. And on the other hand, we've got some residents who are objecting to it because they feel people can walk along the top of the bund and they're still overlooked. So there is a mixed response to that from the residents down here. But from our point of view, that is a reasonable proposal, raising the bund and putting extra planting in there with the appropriate drainage channel. The issue that we have, you'll see from the report, is in here. I appreciate it's not a very good plan and we're off the plan. But the area in here, in fact, has been raised. The bunding here, the existing bund has been raised. And we are told, and there's some evidence of this on site, that in fact it's not just earth or topsoil, it is builder's rubble. And you can see stone and some bricks actually in the surface. It's also quite imposing because the level of Watling Street, as you know, it goes down towards the roundabout from Atherstone, and there's quite a drop in levels between here and there, and therefore what might be considered to just be a 2 or 3 metre high bund is larger than certainly along here. So the residents at this end of the Watling Street frontage have asked for that to be reduced in height. And you'll see from the proposal that the applicant is proposing that, taking off 3/4 of a metre topsoiling and putting in some extra planting. Other issue that we have is that obviously the drainage channel veers off here to connect to the existing system. It cannot go down here because of the levels. It would only pond if it comes down here. It can't get back up to either here or to anything on the other estate. That's an issue. And you'll see from the report, Mr. Chairman, that we are minded to support the proposals as I outlined. I'm sorry that's been at length, but I have outlined them. But we're still concerned about this particular area. And the area that the point we're concerned about is the drainage. And the local lead local flood authority, namely the county council, has been involved, has been consulted on this application, and we're still waiting to hear from it to see if there can be any form of mitigation in terms of preventing flooding. As far as we know, there has been no flooding at the present time to these properties in Watling Street as a result of this particular bund, particularly after all the rain that we've had in November. We've not had those complaints. However, that doesn't say it may not happen, particularly as there's a drainage channel here. Residents are saying, well, why isn't there a drainage channel here? There's a physical reason for that, as I say, because it can't drain anywhere. So therefore, we're looking to the county council to see if we can come up with a solution here to prevent flooding of the Watling Street front properties. Just moving through the plans, can I just show that what I've been talking about is here. You can see the drainage channel veers off quite quickly. It's quite a length, you can see along here. With the additional planting going in there. This is the area which is referred to as Bund A in the report. The heightening of the bund is this mauve area here, further up the back of the frontage on Watling Street, as you can see. That's the area to be increased in height. And then the relocation of the play area, which I started with in the bund, as you can see, there's quite a lot of detail here. Which in fact is included in a statement elsewhere in the report, as you can see where the logs and the mounding is to go, with a hard surface access onto the road there. This being the boundary. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that's taken some length, but it's quite detailed, if you appreciate, and it's not the report. Basically, in summary, it's saying is that we're going in the right direction, but we're not quite there.
Right, as we move into extra time, before we get penalties, I understand we've got Mr. David Cox from Grendon Parish Council who would like to address the board as an objector. Good evening, Mr. Cox. Good evening. Mr. Toby.
Good evening. As for the other speakers tonight, we'll have 3 minutes to speak, so I'll let you know when it starts. At the end of that 3 minutes. Okay. Time starts now.
Right, councillors, the bund is already there. What they did was dropped all their rubbish, the broken bricks, timbers, etc., all along the back of the houses at Watling Street. And then when they dug the foundations out, used all the soil and dumped it on top. So it's already there. We've had a lot of people. I know Jeff says that some want it, but most of the people I've spoken to don't want it. They've lost their view. I mean, for years they had a field. All right, their house is there and they accept that, but they've lost their view. I sat yesterday with a friend of mine there. It's awful. You're looking at, in fact, it's like sitting in a prison, because you've got no view at all. The other thing about it is it's overgrown. It's growing up. Who's going to look after it? Because Warwickshire County Council won't adopt the roads. They haven't adopted the roads on the Bellway estate, so nobody's going to look after it. It's going to be a total and utter mess. And we know, and people will walk along the top of it and look into everybody's houses. And we know the reason that they want the bund there, because they won't have to shift it. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, I think councillors are here and elected to look after the the residents, not to help the developers increase their profits. And we urge you, please, whatever else happens there, let's get rid of this bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Members, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Cox? Councillor Humphries.
No. I was getting into.
Oh, you were so quick off the mark. Okay, Mr. Cox, can I just ask you myself? So you witnessed the creation of this club,
Yes.
and you are telling the board that you witnessed waste being dumped.
There's
to create the
been
club.
broken bricks, there's been old timbers, and a lot of plastic wrappings off of the pallets of the bricks. They were dumped there, and then the soil dumped on top.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. We now move into observations and questions. Mr. Humphries.
I've seen it. I actually was quite surprised when they talk about flooding. In the spring, my daughter lives on the Bellway estate, and I was involved with the flooding and with our officers when the Bellway estate was being created, especially in that bottom end. In fact, the last house before you join onto this new estate, there was quite a fabulous water feature there. Unfortunately, it was flooding everything at the same time because all the water drained down. And we were looking to actually increase the way that we could drain the water to the attenuation point. Now, in the spring, there was some horrendous flooding across down there, all along the front of those houses, because the site is 2 or 3 meters higher than the existing site. What was quite strange, though, in the really bad weather a week or so ago with that heavy rain, there was no flooding. So the water has found another route by the sound of it. That'd be very, very interesting. But I've been on the top of that bund. That bund is a rubbish dump buried on that site. There will probably be hundreds of tons of all sorts of stuff. You can even see the top of a scaffold pole at surface level. The trouble with bricks and breeze blocks and all the other sort of heavy stuff, it will migrate to the surface over periods of time. And just by putting a bit more, they say they're going to stone pick. It's more than doing a stone pick. It's actually, they need to remove that and have done what they should have done in the first place, which has been good building management, done the site properly. So I would like to propose that the bund is removed, the rubbish goes with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Marion Humphries.
For someone that has grandchildren that go along there and at risk of maybe injuring themselves, I'd like to second that.
Very much indeed. Councillor Dirks.
Thank you. I haven't visited the site, so I can't comment on that aspect of it. What I would like to comment on is the play area. I think that the moving of that to where they're suggesting is probably an improvement on what we had before, because it makes the area more visible and therefore makes it safer for children and for residents, because that will discourage the chances of antisocial behaviour. So whilst I can support what you're both saying about the bunds, I think that the changes to the play area I would also like to support. So I'm supporting half of the recommendation, but not all of it. That makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. What aren't you?
I am supporting the movement of the play area.
But not the rest.
I'm not supporting what's being suggested for the bunds.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayfield.
I'm happy to support Humphries and Humphries. I think it's it's just sheer bad building practice to sort of dump your rubbish, cover it over, and the problem goes away. But it will erode, and for years to come, there will be bits of other stuff that will appear and be a hazard to anyone who is walking along there. So Lord knows what's in it. They shouldn't have done it like in the first place. And to leave it like that, I walk away from it and hope it's going to go away. I just think it's unacceptable. And if we are able to enforce what Humphreys and Humphreys are suggesting, then I would happily support that.
In the interests of clarity.
Are you invited to speak by the chair?
In the interests.
Are you invited to speak by the chair?
I have not been invited.
Councillor Devons.
Thank you. In the interests of clarity, that is my view as well.
Thank you.
Oh, right. I think Councillor Wilson, you wanted to speak.
I did. Can I?
You may.
To Mr. Brown, this is the back bund at the far end. You said that it's going to be reduced by half a metre.
0.75.
Well, that ain't much, is it? That ain't much, is it? About your belly.
Okay, members, I appreciate it's getting past everybody's bedtime. We're going to keep focused on the matter.
I will not.
Strike it from the minutes, please.
But it's what's name. I just don't think that's much, is it? Really? Yeah.
Okay.
Not just half a metre at least, you know, something like that, to reduce it.
Okay, so your comments are noted. Your comments are that you think it should be reduced in height.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Humphreys.
I think people should go and see it, and on the basis that Margaret loves site visits, is to make sure, to actually reinforce what I'm saying. We need to see it. You will be able to look into people's bedrooms and the other houses, and you will also probably trip over a brick as you're walking across the bund.
Okay, thank you.
Apart from that risk, I think it needs to be seen to be. I cannot believe a company of that stature, Linden's stature, and they are a good builder generally. They've probably done it everywhere and got away with it, possibly.
Okay, Councillor Humphreys, let's summarise this debate then and move this meeting on. So, as I understand it, you're proposing a recommendation that the rubbish is cleared from the building. So, as we look at the recommendations this evening, we are awaiting advice from the flooding authority. That advice will come back to this board. We have an additional recommendation from Councillor Humphreys that the site be cleared of any rubbish that was in the bund. And we have a proposal from Councillor Mawson that actually the height of the bund be reduced.
The back one.
Bund?
The back one.
The back bund be reduced. So, members, I'll take you to the recommendations. Do I have a proposer and a seconder for the recommendations as made by the officers?
Chair, sorry. Didn't we have a proposal from Humphreys and Humphreys?
We did, I was coming to that.
Ah, right, sorry. I'm confused because I seem to have lost that proposal.
I'm going to take legal advice on this. Which one's right?
Take those that they've been made. But I think that Mr. Brown wants to comment, but I don't know if it's on this first motion.
Well,
I think I've got some similar comments to make.
What I was going to suggest, Mr. Chairman, is that the recommendation be changed. My recommendation be changed that we actually invite district partnerships to meet members to discuss these issues with them here in the offices, and if necessary, continue that meeting on site. And that meeting be arranged to discuss reduction in height, how they're going to deal with the debris, which has been referred to, and also to take on board anything that we might have from the flood authority at that particular time.
That sounds very sensible, Mr. Brown. Councillor Hayfield.
That's why he's a professional.
It sounds very sensible and also very gentlemanly, and I just wonder if it's got enough teeth to actually make them do anything about it.
Well, you're not actually approving the variations, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And in preparation for that meeting, did we take some legal advice about the disposal of waste?
Chair, I think obviously taking account of what Councillor Hayfield said and what Mr. Brown said, the proposal, the application is not being granted. A meeting would be sensible if, of course, they engage with us. Obviously, the first step in relation to that would be to invite them to a meeting and then see what happens. But I says if that doesn't prove helpful or productive, the council has a number of powers it could consider, both of its own and working with other agencies in relation to the nature of the waste deposited, etc. in that fund. So I'd say that perhaps the first thing to do is invite them to a meeting, see what information we can obtain, and then perhaps consider any other avenues.
I'm going to go to work.
I'd say that we perhaps need some more facts before we can go into detail on how we use those powers. So I'd say that perhaps the suggestion from Mr. Brown in terms of changing this recommendation is perhaps a good one if members wanted to back it, and then advice can be given as we go along, both at the meeting level and then back to the board. When we know when we get that information from them.
I mean, just on that point, this strikes me as a case of professional flight ticket.
Yeah,
just that they're covered over the soil. In any other world, we would not accept the disposal of waste.
That's concerning. Obviously, what we have, and I don't have the information myself, and Mr. Brown may know something, but he may need us to get further information. The original scheme had, the original application had a landscaping scheme. There's landscaping and there's landscaping, and obviously fine detail may have been approved as to what that consisted of. I doubt it would have included fly tipping per se, but obviously there may be some use of hardcore, for example, in that. It's a matter of did they comply with that scheme, and is there more in there than there should be, and things that shouldn't have been there in any event. So I think that possibly as part of that information gathering, having a look at that original scheme, seeing what was approved, and then seeing the difference between what was approved and what's actually there, that'll identify whether that is in fact fly tipping and how much is fly tipping and how much is arguably within the landscaping proposal. As I say, sometimes hardcore can be used, but it's how has it been done properly, and to the extent it hasn't been done properly, can we show that that's fly tipping? So I think there's a bit more detail required before we can say for certain what it is and what it isn't. But certainly the information we have points towards it maybe not being confined. So,
okay, so thank you.
Chair, can I?
No, I'm going to Councillor Parsons next. Thank
you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I will be very rude. It seems to me that, really, Councillor Hayfield, is saying, we've got to have something with teeth here, and I think he's right. I mean, this is essentially an illegal tip. And to a certain extent, I think we should be saying, well, actually, landscaping, yes, this is not landscaping. I mean, I think the fund has to go, and then you start again. Developers should not be able to get away with this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Councillor Humphreys, your
we have a gap in the information given to us by Mr. Brown. Still, unfortunately, and he probably will still be waiting for it, there is a gap now in what we're going to be able to, decision making that we can do. But we still need to know that what that ponding is going to do and what the flood authority might happen. And I think we should chase that up if we can in between whenever we have that meeting, because that could become more serious if that.
And that is the recommendation presented in the papers.
Thank you.
Please don't tell me you intend to.
Can we just
prolong this?
Can we move this on, please? Because we're not going to grant an application. It's already been done. It's a recommendation.
Right, you're prolonging this application.
I'm sure we've got another 5 hours of another meeting to go through it.
Mr. Brown, would you please just, for members' information, just re-summarise the recommendation as it stands now, and then we will take a vote on it
as best you can.
Well, I would say, Mr. Chairman, that at the present time, the board is not minded to support the current variation, but it seeks a meeting with the applicant in order to discuss the funding, in particular, what may be in that fund, what comprises that fund. Secondly, to await the outcome of the consultation with the Flooding Authority, and then also to look at the potential for reducing the levels of the fund. And then if necessary, that meeting is then goes on site to have a look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Do I have a second? Do I have a proposal for that? Thank you. Seconder?
No.
Thank you very much indeed. All those in favour? Excellent. We got there in the end. Right. Mr. Cox, would you like to leave, or you're more than welcome to stay?
I've got a long trip now.
Members, agenda item number 8, tree preservation order 108 Coventry Road, Coles Hill. Mr. Brown?
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Are you all right, sir?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
Is it all part of me?
No, we're still public. Okay, then, so, Mr. Brown, we have a proposer and a seconder. All those in favour? Thank you, Mr. Dean, that's carried. Agenda item number 9. And from my pack.
There is no one.
There's a tree preservation order for land at 117 to 135 Grendon Road, Holsworth. Mr. Brown?
Bring the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. All those in favour? Okay, thank you, that's carried. Get back to the agenda. Agenda item number, I've got all evening, Mr. Hayfield. Agenda item number 10, exclusion of testimony.
Seconded.
So members to consider whether in accordance with section 100A(4) of the Local Government Act, the public and press be excluded from the meeting for the following items of business on the grounds that they involve the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined by Schedule 12A of the Act.